All right, checking our chickens. Seems like we got everything going. All right, let's go ahead and hitting up in the stream and see what we got going on. Okay. Get in the game, let's get started, huh? What's up, everyone? My name is Brent. Welcome to Wicked Minis. How's everyone doing on this Sunday? I'm gonna try to finish up this Inquisitor. It's close. We are close. And then this is the rest of it. Okay. Open up shop and let's get started, huh? Clean up my mess from my wet palette. Okay. Go back into our dark crimson. I love the color, I just don't like it being in gloss, but best we can do. I'm gonna stay here and drop some burgundy. Good afternoon, Dragoon, how you doing? Coming in with that sub, 52 months. I appreciate it. All right, playing Enshrouded with the boy, nice. Always fun, always fun. Okay, we need to go up brighter silver. Gonna fix up this arm. high shiny focal points here. It's a little bit better. I really don't think I got much left to do on this dude here. He's kind of set to be what he wants to be right there. I don't think I need much. It's pretty good to add into my army there. Next here, we're gonna sit here and work on these book. His leg, sword, and his good hand, I guess. Nope, I already got the... What's up, Rosie? Everything else on this one will be relatively easy. It'd be nice, because then I can get them all glued together and then we're relatively set on finishing up this Inquisitor. Like I already know it's black, but we're going to put in a coal black on them. His hand right here. He's wearing a glove. And we can go with some dark silver. Already have the bright silver, but we need a little dark silver here. Wrong color. Dipping my brush in the wrong things here. We need to start dishing out golds. mess out of myself here. A little bit of decayed metal for the starting of the gold. Then we'll go Viking metal. And then we'll do a little white gold. So we'll lay the colors out right now. Getting that decayed metal, it's a good start for gold. From the scale 75 line, works good. The Shredded is fun. Yeah, I never played it. What's up, Turgeon? How are things? Hope you guys have been enjoying your weekend. Drab brown. Bright ivory. Nope. Well, we're gonna need bright ivory anyways, but we're gonna need khaki. Khaki. You got 9 inches of fresh snow? Oh no. Unless you're wanting the snow, but that's a lot of snow. Stinking snow. All we have is just cold temperatures, really no weather. And the last little bit of weather storms that we had is snow on the higher mountain ranges, but there's just been rain in the valley, and that's absolutely fine. One inch of snow is nice, and then after that it's just trash. Just a mess. I can agree with that. Take a little bit of that black that we had. We're going to take some of that bright ivory. It's going to make a gray, a lighter gray. Not bad. taking the white gold now. Maybe this little top little spot with gold. It's not a lot, but enough to probably show. Okay, now we're gonna go up into khaki. We'll take a little bit of that drab brown too, and then mix a little more of the khaki than the drab brown, so we can get it relatively close of paper. Used coffee stain looking paper. Lightly wiping across this thing. It has all these indentures. Go brighter. We're going to go straight into khaki. It's going to slightly still be wet, so hopefully we'll get a little bit of a mixture between both. Take some of that bright ivory, mix it into the khaki. Hit something that I wasn't supposed to. Try to erase some of that. Let's get it really saturated with water. Try to pull away. Suck all that moisture out of there. Okay. Not bad. All right, next we're gonna do a little bit of a wombo combo deal here. I'm gonna take some sky blue, take the bright jade, and we'll take the bright pale green. Actually, instead of jade, we'll take turquoise. So we'll take sky blue, turquoise, and bright pale green. We'll do our first one with the sky blue. Actually, I lied. Let's not do that. Let's get a little bit of ink going here. We're gonna get white ink, titanium white from Liquitex here. Stir this all up. And actually, even before we even start with that, let's go and dip into the silver. Blade a little bit brighter there. Now that looks a little nicer. I need a petri dish. I'm gonna take this acrylic white, Liquitex ink white. Don't need a whole lot of it. Now we're gonna put some airbrush thinner. Even though that the stuff is extremely thin, we're gonna make it even thinner. And with the thinner, it'll dry out a little faster, so it'll dry a little quicker on us. Mix these two together. It's all right to let it spill over. Fill in all these little holes in here. Probably gonna have to do this a couple times. Like I said, it's all right for spillovers. Side of his boot as well. Kind of almost like pre-highlighting it. Give that a minute to dry, and then we can put another coat on. While I'm waiting on that, I'm just gonna dip my hand in paint. Seems like that's what I do best here. I don't think I can ever go out a paint session without being just covered in paint all the time. I'm gonna go in that burgundy. Try to get that hard cover kind of completed here. You're not going to see much of it anyways, but at least get it. Still gotta wait for this thing to dry a bit, and then like this guy will be done. We'll be mounting him on here in just a bit. What's up, Devon? Washing and washing, that's about right. I'm just sitting here putting some Liquitex inks on here to start brightening up our miniatures before we start wrecking house with the stuff we got here. We're close. Trying to finish this Inquisitor, and then after I'm done with the stream today, I'll varnish all the miniatures that we got. So that's the assassin. So we'll have the assassin here, so I can sit there and varnish coat everything that we got going here. Canis Rex, which will be magnetized on the other base. And then this Inquisitor, and then all my knights, all the weapons, all that kind of stuff, get those all varnished. And then, but after I'm done with the Inquisitor, we'll jump over into doing the Nighthaunts, and then that'll be my next 2,000 point army of my own that I'm going to be keeping. So it's going to be kind of nice getting that done as well. Like actually doing stuff for me a little bit. Wait for the one to do the FE1 drive thing. If you were going to epoxy pour around a base, what we use to hold it around the base, like a soda bottle plastic end strip as one thing. Yeah, you could use the plastic bottles. I get like plastic, I use plastic sheets. I think they're like dry erase marker plastic sheets. I get a bunch of them. So they're in the fancy red bag. But yeah, they're just like little plastic sheets. Only paid like 25 cents or something like that for these pieces. They're thick enough, and then they're flexible enough where I can bend them any way I want with very little, you know, wherever you want to do. And then you can cut them in strips to the length or whatever you want to do. These are like my favorite go-tos when I do them. I think I buy like a big old batch of them, like Amazon, Michael's, whatever, Hobby Lobby. They all have them, but they're like a dry erase marker sheet. I think they're meant for projectors. Like when we went to school as kids for projectors and they were writing on the little sheets. So, yeah, and then I'll use those, and then when I'm doing the pours now, the epoxy pours will stick to those things, so you gotta make sure that you grease them up real good. My thing is I put a nice layer of Vaseline on it and then wrap it up, and then it'll keep it from sticking on the inside. It's nice and thin. Very smart, goes for the overhead projectors. Yeah. And then I just grease them up with Vaseline, and that's so you have some sort of buffer there to be able to peel it off, because otherwise it just sticks right to it. You'll epoxy it right to it, or the resin pours, or the two-part resin pours, or whatever you're gonna do. Even like the UV resins and stuff like that, I'll do Vaseline grease to grease it up so it doesn't stick. And then you just kind of tape it up real nice and tight. And actually, you can tape them up, but then I've seen a lot of people, another one that they use, like to hold it on there, is like a hot glue gun. So wherever they're gonna wrap around the miniature itself, they'll normally put like hot glue around here so it doesn't leak through, which that actually works really well. Put that there, then they'll hot glue the actual piece around there, so when you're going to do your pour, it doesn't sit there and start leaking onto the edge of the base, and then you can just peel the hot glue right off of it. Now I just gotta get this thing to dry. Once we get this thing to dry, then we can sit here and start shooting colors on here. I'm gonna fire up the air compressor, make it easier with my life. If you got an airbrush, utilize it. I don't want that one, I want this one. Yeah, I think that like the UV resin stuff works like relatively good, but you got to do it in so many layers that if you're doing a deep pour, I'd probably do like that two-part resin. Depending if you need it clear or if you need it murky, you can put a little acrylic touch into it. Like a transparent whatever color, and then kind of make it light a little murky while you're mixing it together. Hard part about the pours though is like I always get them kind of bubbly. And I try to pour that stuff as slow as I can, and it still feels like it always gets bubbles trapped somewhere in that dang thing. Okay. Yeah, because if you're gonna do not too deep of a pour, You can just kind of build it up with UV resin. That makes things slightly easier. Start torching it, putting it in, torch it. But the thing with those though is that for some reason it's a thicker resin, so it doesn't really like seep into the areas, and they don't really give you an even flow on the UV resin. A little thicker. And I'm all out of 2-part resin stuff. Normally I get like the jewelry, making fake jewelry resin stuff. So I can do the 2-part pours on those. But they're like super clear. Crystal clear, and a lot of times I like them like murky or muddy or something like that, so I'll mix like transparent browns or blue or green or just a little touch of it so I can make it look a little something. All I'm doing is just waiting. I guess I'll fire up the air compressor. It's taking forever. It's probably because it's just cold. Thanksgiving's good. I'm overeating leftovers though. I don't want any more leftovers. I had like 3 days of that. I'm good. Well, 2 days. Well, Thanksgiving was great. And Friday, 8 leftovers. Yesterday, 8 leftovers. I'm like over leftovers now. About ready to give the leftovers to the dog. Worst part is like the turkeys only come in like 15-pound turkey, so it's just like it's so much turkey. I'm just like I can't eat anymore. I'm definitely over it. Made leftover chili. Ooh, that's nice. It's like chili's nice. But all in all, it was just like me, the wife, and the kid doing Thanksgiving. And then, which is kind of weird that like no one like actually like showed up for Thanksgiving. Like, I didn't really invite any family members or anything, but normally I have like friends or something that'll come over and be like, hey, come and eat. Like, I don't care. I don't care. Or even the neighborhood hoodlum rats. I'm surprised they didn't come over, get some meals from me. All the little kids. Yeah, your first one at the house, but also first Thanksgiving without my mother and stepdad, so it was bittersweet. Gotcha. Always having Thanksgiving with the fam. Not having the family around anymore. It's like I get it. 12-pound bird, ate 2 plates of turkey, but turned 2 pounds into white bean turkey chili. I froze the rest up for soups later. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, first of all, I'm not like a huge fan of freaking turkey anyways. Like growing up, like that's like all we had. Those were like our big meals. You know, my mom cooked all the time, but the meals were okay. And but like most of the time when my mom was cooking, there was no such thing as like leftovers. My mom was really good at just making just enough to feed all of us. It's not like we were starving or anything, but it was just enough to feed all of us. Never had any leftovers. So the only time that we really actually had leftovers was like Thanksgiving when she made the big giant turkey. And and my family was a little large, so there's like 5 of us. It's me and 4 other siblings. And then of course I have 3 older siblings. 2 older siblings. 2 of the older siblings had children, and it kept getting really big. So like the Thanksgivings we had back in the day, my mom's cooking like 25 to 28 pound turkey and stuff like that. And that was like the only time that we really actually had like leftovers. And she'd do that for Thanksgiving. She'd do that for Christmas. So it was like 2 back-to-back turkeys, but those are like the 2 times that we actually had like leftovers that we can like eat the next day and stuff. Other than that, we're back down to the regular like chicken, potato, green bean diet. No gravy, you just put Italian dressing on the bird. Nice. Corn casserole, that was amazing. Yeah, she brought up the corn casserole. You're like, I live for stuffing? Yeah. Yeah, no, Darth Rosie, that's pretty much like the only reason why I actually like cook a turkey is for the stuffing, because the stuffing's like the best thing out of the bird. The rest of the bird is whatever. They're relatively bland mostly. You know, they're a big, thick bird that, you know, I mean, they're a huge bird, but at least you get like the good stuffing out of it. I make a pretty decent stuffing, so those are always really good. You smoked your turkey? It was tasty. Even anyone lick the screen. Go for some. That's funny. Well, I got carrots and green beans in her dinner. She got a special meal too. That's awesome. Yeah, dogs always get the good stuff. Like I have to make the broth and stuff, so you use like the turkey gizzard and the neck and stuff like that. And then I give the neck and the gizzard to the dog, my dog. He loves that stuff, loves it. Come on, suckers. A lot of pressure in this thing. Oh, I can't reach it. Okay, that's better. All right, still need to be able to, still kind of wet. I need to be able to get these last few colors painted on it, and then we're done. Like we're done. Almost. Still not dry. Guess I can try to hit it with this old broken old heater hair dryer. See if we can get this thing going. I mean, this is the only thing that's like preventing me from going any further. I'll warm it up since it's so cold in my house. Like, if we ever got any like storms coming our way, it'd be for sure snow. We don't have anything for like over a week, I think. I don't think we're getting anything. Parents got 5 inches of snow. Yeah, it was crazy. I guess people were getting them over in the Midwest and East Coast, I guess. Some places got some snow. Okay. Perfect. All right, it's gonna take the sky blue. What we're gonna need is just a smidge, like a single drop, a half a drop, like that. Don't need a whole lot. You're gonna need like a half a smidge of flow improver. Probably don't even really need it, to be honest. And then we're just gonna need water. So something like that. We'll try to stir it, not much to stir. Grab. All air and barely any paint. Oh, that came out with a lot of paint. Perfect. Oh, actually, let me go and rinse out this airbrush real quick. I always forget it and it'll be all dried up in there. We just got our first snow this weekend, like a month late at least, and it was just a skiff. And then you also got a little on Thursday too, Rosie. Yeah. I'm good. I'm good. I don't really need. I'm okay not getting any, actually. Snow's so messy, hard to drive in. Oh my gosh, peanut buttery salty chocolate popcorn. Oh, that sounds absolutely awesome. Only in Canada, I tell you. You guys have entree meal potato chips, and then you have these awesome dessert popcorn. Like, get out of here. Like, only in Canada. Only in Canada you get the good stuff. Like, that is like absolutely amazing. Yeah, that sounds so good. That is like ridiculous. But only in Canada can you get friggin' dessert popcorn and entree meal potato chips. Like, that's just awesome. I'll wait for that to dry so I can hit all those with the turquoise. Can't do anything yet. Reese's peanut butter cup popcorn. Come on now. Like, it's heavenly. It sounds like it. Sounds so good. That's like when I like that Reese's Puff cereal. Oh man, that's like death to me. I said that I love those things. Oh my gosh. Let's see here. So the net death guard attachment I'm planning on trying is Poxwalker 1, 70 Poxwalkers on the table, 30 in reserves. There's 3 Tin Man units over 3 turns, nice. Typhus and Noxious Blight Bringer lead 20, Plaguecaster and Noxious Blight Bringer lead 20, then 10 man Infiltrators 2, Lord of Contagion 1 with 3, 1 with 6, 3 foe type blow drones, 2 dual spitters, and Mower and 3 Mephetic Blight Haulers. That's a heck of a list. That's a massive amount. All right, next one, I'm gonna just paint this on there as the bright pale green. looks too awfully bad. All right, now let's take this. Adjust this a little bit. Goes like that. Okay. Let's get the knotty glue out. Oh. This is such a cool miniature. I do love this thing. All right, let me get a little bit more of the stick tack so I can get it on this base. Okay. Now, I gotta do some highlighting work here. We'll take some of this bright green, follow suit. Alright, the object source lighting a little bit there, a little bit more would be nice. Yeah, but it's Necromunda, and that's the thing that kind of deters it from, you know, our pre-order deals. Is that I don't think it's really that worth it that much. Because, like, again, it's like, I mean, they're cool looking miniatures. Like, Necromunda does lay out, like, awesome figures, but it's still just Necromunda. Can't really use them for anything else but Necromunda. Competitions, I can see that. Yeah, Necromunda pieces. Yeah, like doing comp pieces. Alrighty, guys. Well, my Inquisitor is done. Now we just gotta get him placed on here. Clean some stuff up, I guess. Let's get him glued in place. I don't really have a whole lot of room to put really anything here. He kind of consumes the whole area. If I place him just like that, I don't know. Like, would that be considered being based because he takes up so much of it? Like, is it even worth like going around the rims here? Okay. Well, now on that note, I'm gonna have to re-tack it back in there. Yeah, he looks good. I like him. I like him. He looks good. I just got to figure out how to do the... He fits like that. That'll be fine. All right. Next is that we're gonna base this thing. I'm gonna use the same stuff, just as ruins of persistent stuff. Hold on one second, I'll be right back when we get to this. some fun stuff here. Take a little bit of this PVA glue and see if I can actually get stuff come out of here. Last time I didn't want to. And again, it still doesn't want to. I don't know what the heck. This is becoming an issue. But I don't need a whole lot because I'm just gonna go around what's highlighted here, like the book goes right here, so. And it'll be kind of hard to base him while he's on here because of the his cape and stuff. I figured if I can just get majority of that. Something of that sort. Then I can kind of glue the base on. Now I gotta clean my brush now. Maybe possibly take this brush and soak it in some LA Awesome sauce and probably clear some of this PVA glue off of this thing. It used to have a sharp end and now it just has this blunt, gross end. That happens when you're playing around with glue, you know. Okay, now we can actually glue him into place. I might be able to do it with the other glue. Maybe we can melt them to the base. That piece off. You don't need that on there. Maybe. Might have to use super glue anyways. All right, I'm really excited because now it's like, all right, this one's done. We finished. Oh no, he does not want to get melted on there. He might not melt on there good enough. Anyways, getting this Inquisitor done is kind of cool. Oh yeah, so getting the Inquisitor on there now. Just kind of waiting for this to do whatever its thing got to do. And then do a little coating of the outer base. And then it's going to be working on Nighthaunts. Probably some of the coolest miniatures. Soulblight Gravelords has some pretty cool miniatures as well. But Nighthaunts are really cool. Cool, easy. Probably gonna have to go through some of my miniatures. We're probably gonna be basing a lot of the miniatures because a lot of them are ready and I have a specific basing material that I'm gonna use for them. You're gonna use that, I forget what the heck it's called. Is it this stuff? Yeah, Tale of the Grimdark. It's like signature basing from Crowd Cover Scenics. It's cool. It has like bones and skulls and stuff. Looks like straight out of a graveyard. I'm gonna do that for all the Nighthaunts. Also, it'll probably be with the Soulblight Bleed Blops too. Whenever we get down that far to do those. Right at the moment, I feel like getting the Nighthaunts done because I'm relatively close. It's a lot of miniatures, but they'll go by a little bit easier, quicker. Smack them all up. Maybe I'll be using some of the GW technicals and stuff like that. Yeah, this dude is just not gonna... He does not want to fit. What to do? Too much dust and grime. Don't want to get him where he needs to be. I'll try this, but it's always a mess when I use both of these. All right. I just need to trim his base, and then we're good with this guy. But yeah, I got a problem but it's a problem when you're using both glues. They just don't glue. Too many issues. I don't know. I think I screwed up. I thought I could just melt them on there, but it doesn't look like that's gonna be a thing. Okay, oh, a little bit better. I don't know how well the Insta-set's gonna do because of that. It might be a little brittle. Okay. Get this. And some of that satin black. And tomorrow, off camera, I'm gonna work on those Lich Guard and get those things done for the Necron, so I can get those things all posted up on my eBay store. All the Necron warriors are on there. Now I just gotta get all the rest of the Necron stuff. Alright, so Necron, the Inquisitor is complete. I like it. Clean my brushes, my goodness. They definitely do. Okay. Well, actually, we still need to oil wash this dude. He almost kind of doesn't need it, but maybe we'll give him a light coating, I guess. Because the big thing is it's going to fall into the small things here and fill those up by accident. So we're going to have to try to remove those right away after the wash. The goal here is to try not to There we go. Keep it away from the bottom for it being... Yeah, the colors turned out pretty good too on them. I had to do something with the cloak because I didn't know exactly what to do with the cloak. And I didn't really want to make just a black cloak, so... Put that away. Away. This way. And we're ready. I'll let that set for a little bit before I start pulling excess out on that. While that's doing that, I'm going to sit here and start digging out all my Nighthaunts. So I didn't know exactly how far along we're going to get. So I got like 6,000 Nighthaunts. There. Ooh, almost spilt them all. So we got like a bazillion of them. And I just need to base all the new ones, or the old ones. Work on some of the old ones. A lot of the regular figure dudes are pretty good. I just got this little batch here, and I forgot to prime the black coach, because that's going to be one of the things we'll be working on as well. But I need to work on some of the new characters. The named characters, I need to work on them a little bit more. And then I got tons of them that are just ready to roll right here. Including some of these things that I thought about doing as competition pieces. But I think I might just utilize them in the Night Hunt army and start really thinking about what I want to do for competition pieces, like down the road here. Because I was like, oh, that'd be cool to do. I've already seen some that already did these models for comp pieces. And I kind of have like a little bit of a different idea of what I want to do for them. But I don't know. It's like, it's going to be a lot of work on them. So I might just pull them anyways. For the Nighthaunts. But I feel like it's just too much of a sub-assembly. It'll probably be easier if I just started doing like actually simpler miniatures for competitions and not so intricate of ones. But like I was planning on doing the dude that has like a half boat that he kind of goes around. And then do I have anybody else? I think that's all I have in there. It's weird because I feel like I'm missing another Nighthaunt somewhere down the road here. Because it's like the weird like little librarian dude. I have no idea where he's at. And he could be in this big pile of stuff, but I'm not 100% sure. He might be in this pile. We'll just... Oh, I see him. Yeah, he's in this pile. That big stack of stuff over there. Okay, how are we looking here? That is good. Perfect. Keep that going like that. That looks good. We'll stick with that. Now I can officially say that Nighthaunts are no more. I don't think, or not Nighthaunts. The Knights, the Imperial Knights are no more. I don't think we're gonna have to work on any more of those. That literally completes my army and then some. So now I got a little bit of variations here, and then these things are just ready to paint. All right, so Nighthaunts. It's been forever and a day. Let's see here. Let's get to all the ones that I have primed. Ones that I think I've already done. So there's ones that look like these. So we got to somewhat make them relatively this color. And like I said, like this is like the second army of miniatures that I've literally tried to do years ago. After the World Eaters were done, I was like, all right, I'm gonna get an Age of Sigmar army done. And then, so this was my Age of Sigmar that I was planning on doing, was the Nighthaunts. And I have to say, this is probably 6, 7 years old or so. So the reason why I pulled this one out is because I have more that look just like them. Right. 3. I primed them all like a light gray. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now this is a different kind of dude. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6. There's 7. There's 8. Wow. And 9. And then there's 10. Front. I guess we'll work on those first. And like I said, they'll be relatively easy, because I think I'm going to just use some of the actual GW technical, because I need to use this stuff up anyways. And I'm pretty sure that's the colors I used. Don't think I have any other GW colors hanging around. gonna spin this around. Now it's possible that I airbrushed them different colors, but I'm pretty sure that that's this thing. So we'll just do this Nighthaunt Gloom. I've had it forever. And then we'll just kind of go through this mess here. And so once I'm working on these, we'll go to the old ones too to do some highlights and stuff like that. Because like the bronze is just regular bronze. Like all I did was just kind of base color them with a little bit of highlights here and there, so we can kind of emphasize a little bit more on the new dudes, or the old dudes as well, as while we're working on the new dudes. Kind of somewhat like updating our colors. So, you know, when we talk about this, when we're doing armies and stuff, like, you know, doing your regular base colors and then going back to them to add details and works and stuff like that to your miniatures. This is kind of technically what we're going to be doing. Because I'm taking an army that's like 7 years old, and then we're going to add new details on this thing. And I'm not 100% sure on the technicals from G-dubs. It's been so long since I've used these things. It would probably just be better if I just poured it on the wet palette here. Okay. Keep that close so I'm not making a huge mess. Alright, let's see what happens if we go just straight out of the bottle onto this thing. I'm not 100% sure how well this is going to hold or take. I don't know if I need to water it down. And I feel like there's probably another paint bottle that I probably should be using on this. But we're just gonna have to make up for whatever paints that we got. I'm getting better. Oh, I'm so glad you got over that. Those are rough. I hate stomach flus. I hate stomach bugs. I hate anything that does a deal with my stomach. They're terrible. Yeah, hopefully by next weekend you'll get some models popped out. That'd be great. It sucks being sick. I hate being sick. Oh, there's more stuff that I forgot on this. Don't be fooled by this thing. There's more. More to this madness. Felt like I had like another color going with this, but maybe I don't. I'm just trying to like remember what I did like 6-7 years ago on these things, so it's taking me some. We're gonna have to do some trial and errors, it seems like, on this. Like they somewhat look like it, but not quite. Bad stomach cramps, I can say, ugh. Yeah, those are terrible. Man, that's really being freaking poisoned. My word. Or being just having the flu stuff. Ugh, it was so gross. Hate it. Ugh, that's terrible too. Yeah, I hope it was just the flu there, no kidding. Just hope that was just that. Because, like, an appendix story on me, because I still have my appendix, but I almost had to get it removed out of me. And I was younger, in my, like, relative teens. Late teens, probably early 20s. Big thing out here is riding, like, dirt bikes. And I was riding dirt bikes with friends or whatnot, and of course it's all about, you know, making jumps, because you guys say like X Games is like the huge thing when I was a kid. Like it's still like big, but it seemed like it was just super big when I was a kid. Anyways, it was always like, you know, all the like dirt tracks, dirt jumps and everything like that. And I was riding one of the bikes and I was taking a jump. And when I jumped the dirt bike, when we jumped, it was just like a single. And I hit it too hard, so I went too fast when I was going over. So I kind of went over slightly on the ramp, on the off ramp. And when I did, it like hit the back tire and then the front came down like that, and I flapped over it, and the handlebar struck me like really bad right in my abdomen, right in the lower part there. And I mean, like it hit so hard that, because I had a chest plate, so when it hit, my chest plate kind of like latched right back onto the handlebars. So when I was eating it off the jump, I was laying on the ground, and like my whole insides just like hurt so bad. And then I was walking away from it, and like the pain was somewhat subsiding a bit, and then about like a few hours in, all of a sudden I was just having like these horrible striking pains, like right in my abdomen area, like right on the lower end of the abdomen on the bottom there, like in the pelvic up part region or whatever. And I had to go to the hospital, and then they were like, I don't know, x-ray or CT scans or whatever the hell they were doing to me. And then they said that like my appendix freaking got injured and it caused it to swell. And I had this like swelling of the appendix so badly that they thought they might have to take it out just because it might rupture. And that was horribly painful, and that was painful for about like a week. And then I had to go back in and go get that, and then I had to go back in about a week later. Because I mean, I was bruised. Like, I was so bruised, like in my abdomen, all the way up in my rib cage because of how I hit on the bike, that it was just like this whole like side. I think it's this side. I can't remember whatever side your appendix on, but it was just like super bruised. Like, it was like purpley, yellow, gross, and it was huge. It took up like all my side all the way down. Then about a week later, they went and did another scan on me and stuff like that, and saw that my swelling had went down on the appendix, so they didn't have to do an emergency taking my appendix out. But I can tell you that that thing was extremely painful, though. And then that was probably like the end of my whole riding dirt bike nonsense. I ride quads and whatnot, but yeah, dirt bikes, I always want to kind of challenge myself, and that challenge always ends up with me hurting myself some way, somehow. So I'm just like, it is better if I just keep myself relatively safe. I'm tired of damaging myself all the time. But yeah, that was like one of the worst bike wrecks I ever did. I've wrecked on my dirt bike a handful of times, but that was the worst one that I ever did. That one hurt so bad. Yeah, I was sitting there. Yeah, I thought we were gonna have to go in and go get that taken out, but it didn't. It subsided. So every so often, because there was like another time. This is back in my heavily drinking days, and heavily drinking days and bar fighting days. And then there was this bar fight I was in. And the guy was hitting me like right in my abdomen area, again, kind of in that same spot. But when you're intoxicated, you're not really feeling anything. And then we were going out the next day afterwards, like the fights are all over and stuff. And luckily, that was like one day I didn't like go to jail for fighting, so that was pleasant in that aspect. But I was able to go home, and then the next day I was like hurting like in that same area. And then when I went to the doctors, because it was hurting for like after a week, it was still kind of like bothering me. Normally you start healing up, you're sore and whatnot from fights or whatever, but it was still like this like internal pain that was kind of bothering me some, and then they were feeling it. So I have to always kind of watch out for it, because they were saying like, oh, it feels like it's still swollen. And I was just like, oh, great. I'm like, I told them like I damaged it like a long time ago, and then they're like, yeah, you probably want to, you know, watch out for that ridiculous, useless, friggin' organ there. And then now I just sit around getting older and painting miniatures. That's all I do now. Nothing very exciting ever happening anymore. Got rid of all those exciting days. I think those all exciting days are behind me now. I reformed, I guess they would say. I'm getting hungry. Snow's like, what are you doing? Painting miniatures and not feeding me? I have to make myself some peanut butter sandwiches. I'm glad, yeah, like all the excitement's kind of behind me now. Now I can just relatively be middle-aged and just literally painting miniatures and doing whatever the heck my son wants to do. And my son doesn't really like going and doing a whole bunch of things, like. But he kind of had like really early experiences. Like he like elementary school playing on the jungle gym and breaking his arm. Like he had like those things like early. So now he's just like, I don't want to play with those. I don't want to do that. Like I didn't experience like those things until I was like older. I never broke anything, but I hurt myself enough where it's like, I don't want to do this. You know? And like he was like doing that like early. And technically his wasn't a break, but it was painful enough. Like he dented his bone. Yeah, I'm happy to have a less exciting life. That's absolutely true. Like, it doesn't have to be too crazy right now. Like the thing is like when animes come out and they're just like, I just want a peaceful, normal life. And I'm like, yeah, I gotta understand what you mean by that. But normally you don't make that decision when you're like in your teens. Like everything's like just out of control. And then like your early 20s and adolescence and stuff like that, it's like out of control. And then when you get to like my age, and then that's when you're like, I just want a peaceful, quiet life. Well, you can't have that while you're young. And then like some stories, like, and that's just like my younger stories. And then once I get like into, and then like some of them, like my drinking problem, but my drinking problem didn't come until after my drug problem. And I was just like, how those there, I tell those stories and people are like, how the hell are you alive? I'm like, yeah, I know. It's very strange. It's very strange. Thought I would die 10 times over. Yeah, that was fun too. Yeah, we did some fun things. Like we didn't have to do anything of like breaking the law and, you know, running around like bandits. That kind of exciting. Yeah, there are times. There are times where I'm like I had like an undetectable aneurysm. I guess it was one of the like the smaller like the smaller veins, not like the big veins that are in the brain or whatever. Had like one of the smaller ones rupture, but they couldn't really find it. That happened with a freaking a horrible overdose I had. And I was just like, I was bleeding profusely, and that was from, they say like, and that was a small bleed. Like that was a small bleed. I can only imagine what like a big one is. So yeah, there's like some of these moments where I'm just like, I don't know how I made it, but I made it. But yeah, there was some crazy times. Crazy times. Some were fun, but not all fun. So I think my son is actually going to start doing some research on, hopefully do some research. He doesn't do a whole lot of anything, but maybe he'll start doing some research on the Roblox competitions and what he has to do there. And then maybe I can start getting him into doing that. I was talking to him again the other day. It was like yesterday or whatnot. Took him out for ice cream or what have you, and I was like, you know, it'd be probably cool if you can actually start doing some research on, like, Roblox has like crazy amount of competitions. And they got some pretty large like money pots. So I'm like, you probably want to start looking into that. And I'm like, and if you're good at certain things, then you just need to practice on them and then find out when these competitions happen. If we have to go somewhere for it, or you just have to do it, you know, at home. I would imagine that you have like preliminaries or whatever that you probably like tryouts or whatever, placements and whatnot, probably from home, and then you probably have to go to like a big gaming scene and stuff like that. So he got somewhat excited about that. Somewhat. I don't know what really excites that kid. He's a lot different than I was when I was a kid, so I'm assuming he's probably more like his mother then. Which is probably for the better end. If he was more like me, then I'm like, oh my gosh, there's gonna be so much trouble. Like, he's ornery in certain ways, but not anywhere close. Like, he's all like, I was telling him, I'm like, oh, we gotta take like a weekend and take you out in the middle of the desert, and then I'll let you friggin' drive the truck around or something. I start teaching you how to drive. Oh, I'm good. Like, how are you good? I'm like, I must be making, like, living at home, like, too good that he doesn't want to leave. Maybe I need to crank that up a couple notches. Maybe. Yeah, you were an only child? Yeah, and that's something different too. Like things I can't quite understand, and then and that's because I had like too many siblings. So maybe maybe that's what the deal is. I have no idea. It keeps me a little bit of a loss, you know. And that's how you felt with your parents? Because you're just an only kid, you just didn't want to disappoint them? I guess that has to be it. I'm not 100% sure. But it would make me think that he would like want to start trying to do things. Like it's literally taking him all the way up to 8th grade that he's actually like trying school. And I'm not asking for much either. I'm like, just pass these things, please. But then like, it was just year after year after year, just like a struggle fest with him. And then this year's been his best year. Like he's actually like doing stuff. We're like, all right, we're getting somewhere. So I don't know. Like I'm so confused with him most of the time. Yeah, well, I think he had one this year. Maybe he didn't have one this year. Maybe, yeah, I think he's actually been doing good. It was last year that he had his last suspension. So, yeah, it was definitely last year because that kid's not here this year. So, yeah, okay. So, yeah, no suspensions. He's been doing really good. I'm sitting there like, I'll be damned. I'll be damned, I tell you. Yeah. And male characters in his life. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You had 5 younger brothers. I used to envy my only child friends, but now I wouldn't trade any of them. I'm like, oh. Mine has to be like questionable. It's like I'm thinking back on my siblings now. It's like I hardly talk to any of them. Growing up was pretty toxic. So who knows? Like, it's one thing if I actually like talk to my siblings. I mean, now we're to the point now we don't even like see each other during like Christmas time. Like, it's just been so strange with my siblings. And it's not like we live in different states. I mean, we all live in the same state. We all live in the same city. But, well, yeah, I guess that happens. Getting there. Little hollowed out little scaly peoples. Still trying to figure out like why is this this one a technical? I don't really see it like doing anything. It's kind of a strange, like, it just seems like it's just kind of like a little lighter of a paint, but the coverage looks good, and then when it dries it's relatively dark. Not 100% sure why this is considered a technical. It's not like it's giving me any kind of like texture or anything specific. I just don't get why they would consider this a technical for some reason. Yeah, I have no idea. Years ago from COVID. I'm sorry to hear that. I remember you talking about that. My youngest brother has been in stage 4 lymphoma and skin cancers. Oh boy. Second youngest has had 2 heart attacks, a double bypass and a triple bypass. 5 years ago, my dad is still doing well at 91. We all live the same state, so we don't get together much anymore, but we are a group chat. We have talked pretty often and video chat on the holidays. That's nice. Like I don't hear from like any of them. At least you get to hear from yours. Yeah, like, what's up, Hackathon? How you doing? Yeah, this thing's just kind of weird. I just don't see like why this would be considered a technical by any means on this paint. I just don't know. I mean, I think it goes on relatively well. But yeah, Sergio and Liz, you're like talking with yours and stuff. Like, I don't think I have anything going on with mine. You eating breakfast? That reminds me, I probably should go and get something to eat real quick. Peanut butter and honey sandwiches all day long. Trying to get this little base coat on here. I'm still trying to figure out how this is considered a technical. It doesn't really technically do anything. Maybe this was like the starting of their contrast paints. Just making them into technicals first before contrast came out. And then they just did a whole line of contrasts, because maybe this is what contrast paint does. I don't know, but I really don't see anything that's like relatively like if you look like Angrax, Earth Shade, or whatever it is, Astro Granite, Typhus Corrosion, like I can see the technicals in those. But this one here, I think maybe this is like maybe the start of contrast paints. So maybe that's what this is. But it doesn't really like, oh, I don't know. Because I don't use contrast paints, so I don't know really the difference there. I don't even have one to even crack open to see if it like does relatively the same thing. Got like 2 more of these things to do this way. Then I'm gonna go make myself a peanut butter honey sandwiches. Those are my favorite. Quick snacks. I need something. Probably another Mountain Dew too. I think the hardest part on this whole models are just the internal ports. Make sure that we can actually hit them. Used it all up. Oh, really? You're getting through that Rugal dorm pretty quick, huh? That's awesome. This thing's Nighthaunt Gloom. It says it's a Citadel technical, and I don't know why. Like but it's like super thin, almost kind of like maybe like a speed paint kind of thin to it. It's really thin. But I'm not 100% sure why. So I want to say this paint came out before their contrast paints came out. So maybe this was their experimental runs on getting contrast going. Because the only way it like gives you this kind of feature is if you're painting with a white prime of some kind, a light gray or a white prime, for this to kind of do its thing, supposedly. Because I don't think it really holds up that well to black. It's a little too thin for it to be on a black miniature. Like a black prime miniature. I'm not 100% sure on this. Bluish green paint flows smoothly and settles into recess, providing neutral shading. See, I'm almost thinking that this is probably what the original contrast paints are, because that does about the same thing. Bluish green paint flows smoothly and settles into recess and provides natural shading, or it can be layered over lighter bases for a glow appearance to achieve different effects. It can be used on its own, thin with a medium, or applied as a wash. Maybe I needed to go a little lighter on this. Maybe I should have watered it down or something. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm just not using it properly at all. But like again, I don't use a whole lot of GW, so I probably am using it incorrectly. All I'm trying to do is try to match it to this one. And it looks like I tailed them all off with white. And then the worst part, about 7 or so years ago, I was using army painter, so I'm gonna have to somewhat relatively match these. We're just gonna be using camo green stuff for their top cloak. I was looking for another set of paints, but I'm pretty sure that that one was just leather. I don't think I have the AK set for wood. The last of these dudes. I don't even know what these dudes are even called. I'm gonna have to look them up, because they're not the chain rasp horde. Those are the smaller dudes. I'd have to look these ones up. I honestly can't remember the names of them. What's up, Francois? How you doing? You gotta keep it simple, silly. I like that. I think they're just wraiths. It's possible. It's probably what it is. They all have like weird names to these things, and I just can't remember what the heck these people are called with the big scythes. And I don't even have the battle tombs because I stopped buying books, because I was like, there's no reason for me to buy books if I'm not even ready to play. So I kind of stopped buying battle tomes. The only like current battle tome to the current thing that I have is the Soul Blight Bleep Blops, and that's not these guys. And the only reason I got that is because of the Death Rattle army starting box. Okay, so I got this dude. Maybe through the trademark name, I think, Corporation took over 2006, everything started changing to trademark names. Space Marines became Astartes, Imperial Guard became Astra Militarium. Death, Nighthaunts. They're Grimhast Reapers. Grimhast. Grimhost. It's weird. Why would they put a Grimghost? Grimghosts? Ghosts? G-H-A-S-T. Ghost. Grim, G-R-I-M. Ghasts. Maybe it's Ghast. G-H-A-S-T. Ghast. Ghast. Grimghast Reapers. That's a mouthful. Yeah. Grimghast. Grimghast Reapers. Alright. I'll go with it. I'll go with Grimghast. Grimghast Reapers on these ones. It's like funny because it's like how these dudes kind of separate themselves in the death. Like in the death faction. So you got like the death faction with like Soul Blight Grave Lords. You got Nighthaunts. You got the ghouls. Golly, why are the names so freaking stupid hard? So you got the Alliance of Death, the Flesh Eater Courts, Nighthaunts, Osaric Bone Reapers, and Soul Blight Grave Lords, which every one of those things was like a mistake that Nagash did. And now you don't even have like the skeleton guys anymore for like for Nagash. Maroon, no, we're gonna go with like I have to match the color of what I've had. So this is what I painted these guys about 7-8 years ago. Like 7, 8, somewhere around there. And then I'm trying to somewhat match them, and I know I did a technical 7, 8 years ago, so I know I did this thing, the Nighthaunt Gloom. So I know that that's a relative color that I used in this dealio. So I'm just gonna use it, and then I think I tampered them all off with white. But the thing is that 7, 8 years ago, if it's 8 years ago, I think I used Army Painter. And then this color here, it's a little bit more of a greenish, so I'm probably gonna have to go into those I don't know. I'm gonna have to start trying to figure out how to match colors here. Like that's where I'm at right now. I'm like, I'm gonna have to figure out how to match them. All right. Yeah, so it was like that. I have like a bunch of different colors of all different things that I did. I was trying to finish up this big pile of them that I have. But yeah, see, I already did a batch of 10 of these dudes already. And I just don't remember what color I used to make them relatively green, so I'm gonna have to... I want to say that that was probably another paint that I had, but now I don't know which one it is. And then like my Mirrormorns. That's like a lighter blue, so I had to do some form of washes on them. I just don't know what. And I don't have any more of these dudes, so these are the spirit hosts. And that's how I painted them all. And so I don't have any more of these guys I have to do, but I do have Mirrormorns, so I'm gonna have to figure out what the hell I painted these things with. Looks like just like a super light sky blue that I had, and then just kind of went over it with white to get the colors that I have. But yeah, so I just know I have Mirrormorns, and then like these are. I wish I had another batch of chain rasp hordes, because these are when I made them like Scooby-Doo looking dudes. Well, I'm gonna have to start basing them and stuff like that. And then I think I have maybe a couple more of these dudes. Which it looks like I use like army painter washes all over these. The Sotek is like a pale green. I know, it's like, I gotta try to make things work with what I have, unfortunately. And then that's not even getting to the crazy greens with the... I got a mess. So anyways, I'll be right back, guys. We're going to take a little tiny break, so I'm going to actually put the little be right back sign up here. I'll be right back. Okay, now I'm back. I need to make myself something. I had to make myself something here. I was getting like the weird shakes. Weird shakes and some cold sweats. I do love peanut butter though. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out like a pale green. I think I probably can make this work. We're just gonna have to put it in like a wash form. Well, this is gonna be nice because I think I needed another of those grim casts. Make another set of 10. See if I can groove them together as a set of 20. But then it's been like forever since I played Age of Sigmar too. So I'm not sure if I'm able to like put them in big blocks anymore. I was like messing around, but it was quite some time ago. But I was like messing around with like the Age of Sigmar app. And then like trying to build a list through that, and kind of works like the same thing as like, you know, the 40k one. Like the 40k app, but you got the Age of Sigmar app, and when I was doing it, it seemed like you couldn't like really like block them together. But that's besides the point about building them. We just need to like build an army. We'll worry about that later. By getting these guys done, because I got like 10 of these dudes, and then we got the shooting dudes. So literally, they all just look the same, dude. And that's probably the one thing about Nighthaunts is like they all look the same. So instead of them having these big old sights on them, you got ones with sights. You got ones that are, where are they? So they're either, you got ones with sights, you get ones with swords. You know, they all look the same. And you got like one with a crossbow. You know? So I have to change the like the top parts of them, so I know what the heck one is what. So that's why I have like, you know, this dude's gonna have like green, and then I have one that are like dark brown. Those are like the chain rasps. The chain rasps, I think they're like leather or whatever. And then the other one has like white, and I'm just gonna have to like change up their tops because that's the only one I'm gonna. And then like my HQs, like the main dudes, they look just like these dudes. So I made them all purple, so I know exactly which ones are like what. It's funny. So, I think I got like 10 of these dudes or more. And then you got like 10 or 15 of these dudes, something like that. Yeah, because I have to be able to distinguish them, because when you're looking from like up, down at them, all you seeing is just their backs. You just like, I don't know, you know, yeah, their weapons can be different, but when you got them on the table, everything kind of just blends into one. So if I have a color coordination to them, I'll be like, okay, these dudes are these, and these dudes are these. Alright, I'm starting to feel a little better now. I'm feeling a little weak around the middle. I'm like, oh. My son was super funny. I'm like, you want honey on yours? And he's just like, who puts honey on their peanut butter bread? I'm like, this guy. You know, that's weird. Wash my hands. Oh, that's what I was telling them. I'm like, you're missing out, dude. Like, that's what I had. I had like peanut butter with drizzle honey all in it. And you start eating those, they're delicious. They're absolutely super good. And then he's telling me who puts honey on their peanut butter. It's like, it's getting more and more like I started understanding my son a bit. He's just like seasonings. He's just a salt and pepper guy. Don't go anything too crazy. Like you can't get any like fanciness with him. He's funny. He's funny like that. No, I feel so much better now. Yeah, salt and pepper. Doesn't want any like Mystique seasonings. Don't want any like garnishing with freaking garlic or anything. Salt and pepper. Alright. Yeah, too spicy. It's too spicy. His toothpaste is too spicy. I'm like, well, I can't get you salt and pepper toothpaste. I'm sorry. What was that? It scared the bejesus out of me. I'm doing night haunts and then there's ghosts in here doing stuff. Like, that scared me. I don't know what fell. I'm like, what fell? What happened? Yeah. It's true. Like, we got like new toothpaste because the toothpaste that he likes, it's like a fortune for this toothpaste. And I'm sitting there like, no, you can just start using toothpaste that we have. And then he started using ours that has like mint. It's like mint or spearmint or regular wintergreen mint. I don't know, just mint. That's all I know. It's too spicy. It's too spicy. I'm like, you're killing me, kid. You're killing me. Slowly inside, I'm just dying inside, you know? It's too spicy. And then like, okay, I make a stew, big massive stew. All right, as a teaspoon of cayenne pepper into like 10 cups of stew. All right. Yeah, use less toothpaste. Yeah, I don't know. I like honestly. Oh my god. Anyway, the toothpaste thing's already enough. At least we're getting past that. Now he's able to use the toothpaste. But I mean, it was just like, it was weeks and weeks. I had to say it was a month. By half a year. Half a year, him just completely complaining about the toothpaste. Like, oh, it's just so spicy. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's just mint, dude. Like, what? Like, how much are you using? Like a half a tube? Like, anyways. So we get past that. It was like 6 months of him just complaining about that. Then it's like I make stews, and then I use wine. So I'll put stews, red wine, just the glaze. It's not even a whole lot of wine. It's just like a half a cup to like 10 cups, right? Like a half a cup just to deglaze the pan. So after I'm cooking all the onions and stuff like that, and just I'm deglazing it, right? And then cooking it out and like trying to cook all the alcohol out of the wine and then pour it in my stew. He takes a bite out of it. He's like, ugh, use wine. Wine's so gross. I'm like, oh my god, dude, you can barely even taste it in there. Well, I won't eat it. And then, so I make stews, and then I have to use, instead of deglazing with wine, now I use, just beef broth, just to get the deglazing off of the pans. And yeah, can't use wine. Oh my god, I can't eat it. There's wine in it. But here's the kicker. Now, you'll be like, what the hell? Exactly. So I make another, like, it's kind of like a spaghetti sauce, really. It's like a tomato paste. It's a tomato sauce that I use for like, it's like a chicken. So I cook chicken in this tomato-based sauce. But I use white wine in there. Just a half a cup. This is like a half a cup of white wine. I pour that in there and stir it all up and let it all boil and all that kind of stuff. And he'll eat the crap out of it. Won't even complain about it. And I'm like, there's wine in that too. You go, oh, well, I can't taste it in this one. So you can't taste the white wine, but you can taste the red wine. He challenges my cooking, like my cooking skills. Because I'm just like, I don't know what else to cook you to make you eat it. Pain in my butt. Oh, and then the other one. The spicy part. So the stew, when I make stews, it asks for like a teaspoon. It's just a teaspoon of like crushed pepper. Now I'm talking about like a giant crock pot full of stew, right? So you just sprinkle this little pinch. It's like a pinch of cayenne pepper in that thing. It doesn't give it any like heat, gives it a little more flavor than it does like actual like spiciness to it, right? Immediately my son like takes a bite out of that thing. He's just like, it's so spicy. It's so spicy. I'm like, you're killing me. But then like, you'll make eggs. Like you'll make a scrambled egg sandwich. It's so funny. You'll make scrambled egg sandwiches. And then, I mean, he like just layers on the black pepper. Just hammers it. I'm like, and that's not spicy to you. And he's just like, no, this is perfect. So salt and pepper. Salt and pepper. Everything else is too spicy. killing me. I was like, oh, I think he just does it just to be a pain in the butt. Like, I think that's what it just comes down to. He's just like, how can I be a pain? You know, complain like my parents never made any kind of meals like I make. That was like the one thing when I moved out of my house, like moved out of my parents' house, I was just like, I will never eat like that again. And I make like awesome meals, and my son is just like, it's too spicy. There is hope if he likes pepper like that. Maybe, man, maybe he'll grow up and not be such a big pain in the butt. I just feel like I gotta try to nip that in the butt before he starts becoming a royal pain to anybody else making him meals. Oh my gosh, he's such a pain. And he's like, he's a notorious one. He's in 8th grade. 8th grade. He's 13 years old. He'll be 14 years old here pretty soon. His birthday's in January. At the beginning of January, so it's like he's gonna be 14. Exactly. Yeah, he'll be, shoot, man. We're already going into November, going to be in December here. January, February, March, April, May, June. So yeah, he's about halfway through school, right? August, September, October, November, December, January, August, September, October, December, January, February, March, April, May, June. Yeah, so he's about halfway there, right? He's already halfway through 8th grade. He's gonna be in high school. Yeah. So I was telling the wife, I'm like, dude, before we know it, he's gonna be out of the house. Like, what the hell are we gonna do now? Like, we need to go and have another kid or something. I don't know what they can do. Have another only child. Sounds awesome. There's just such a gap between both of them if we have another kid that it'd just be like raising another only child. I need to be able to do something. I mean, I'm only 39 for goodness sakes. In like 4 more years, it'd be like before I'm 45, like Armand could like literally move out of the house. Do I want the spicy food to impress friends? Probably. That's true too. That's true too. You might not. Like I said, it doesn't seem like he has much of a desire to want to drive or anything. So yeah, maybe. I'm like, we'll just stay home. Any desire to drive, yeah, it seems like that's what's happening to kids nowadays. Like you got some that want to just get out and get going. And then there's others that just, they could care less if they get one or not. And then you would like think like, oh, you just wait until he has like a girlfriend or something like that. And I'm like, that's the problem with my little boy though. He keeps getting chased around too much by the girls, I think. Kind of freaking makes him not want to have one. It's quite funny. I should bring him in here and have him explain to you about girlfriends. It is hilarious that comes out of him. It's so funny. I don't know. There he talks about all these girls always. I think it's because the girls always keep teasing him all the time. And you know, and I think they just always want his attention. And like they're always like throwing stuff, picking on him, pinching him, weird stuff, play with his hair kind of deal, all these things. And I know it gets probably the other boys at school a little like jealous over him or something like that, but he's like, he can't stand it. Like, it's so funny. It cracks me up so bad. He's just like, I don't know why they keep doing this, but it's just so frustrating because they're always coming around, they're like throwing paper at me and they're like picking my hair and playing with my hair and they like pinching me here and there, and you know, they'll come up to me and they'll like hand me something and they're giggling all the time, they're pointing fingers at me, and it's so
it's, it's absolutely hilarious when he goes off. And he's like going off about it. So it's just, it's so funny. Like it's just, I need to bring him in here one day and have him explain to you guys. And it's like, yeah. Yeah, I told him, I'm like, it's because because they like you. And he's just like, he goes, that's absurd. That doesn't even make any sense. It's hilarious. It's so funny. Oh, I can't help but just laugh over and over and over again. What's up, Chaotic? How you doing? Are you telling your boy the same thing? Yeah, it's funny, but my boy is just like super frustrated over the whole dealio. He says he'll be like nodding off in one of his like bad kids classrooms. It's funny because it's like, they put him in like these extra help classes, which they pretty much take like all the class clowns, including my son, and literally put them in one room. So you have like this whole room of class clowns, and you think they're going to be able to do any work. Like when you look at our school system, you're just like, I don't know how you guys came up with this solution, but you didn't really make a solution. You came up with a new problem. So they like take like all the little pain in the butt kids, my kid included, even though he's doing really good this year, but all the previous 8 years from kindergarten to now, he was just like a class clown. And so he's stuck in these classes. And so it's funny because the school takes like all the little class clowns and they put them in one class, and they're gonna do extra work. And I'm like, are you really? And so it just turns into a nightmare. And so my boy's just like, it's so annoying. So he just kind of almost nods off in the class. And so the girls in the back there, they're throwing paper at him constantly. And so he says you'll just wake up and you'll have like wads of paper, just like, because you'll be sleeping like this or whatever on the desk, and it's just mountain paper everywhere. And he's like, the girls just won't leave me alone. Wonder where the long weekend went? Absolutely, man. Oh yeah, and then they're like, oh, we have expectations, and I'm like, how can you, like, I even tell them, when we're having like, like a group together talking, they're always telling me like, oh, our mom's not paying attention or blah 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 blah, and he's really bad in these like 2 classes. Those are like the 2 additional classes that they take all the class clowns and put them in one class, and then like I'm explaining to the teachers, I'm like, it's great that you have this like program that's supposed to help these kids that are like need like a little bit extra help in certain criterias, but when you take all the problem kids that are class clowns and you put them in one classroom, I don't know how you're expecting them to do anything. That is just like, that's like adding gasoline to fire, thinking that the fire is gonna put itself out. It's just like, you guys are, and then they like look at you like weird. Like they look at you like, I guess you just don't understand. I'm like, yeah, please explain it to me. How do you have like all the class clowns in one class, and then you're gonna have them do extra work where they can't even do the work while they're by themselves being a class clown in a classroom, and then you're gonna have all of them all together heckling, throwing, doing nonsense in one class, and you're gonna think that they're gonna be doing extra work for you? I'm like, you guys, I don't know what the hell you guys are smoking, but that's delusional, thinking that that's gonna happen. They do, and like my boy's always getting kind of like frustrated over it and stuff. It's funny. I need to bring him in here and have him explain to you guys. It is absolutely hilarious when he talks about it. I mean, he's just so worked up, and I can't help but like poke at him a little bit, and then he gets like super upset over it, and I'm just like, oh my goodness. He goes, I never want to have a girlfriend. You can leave me all alone. I've been trying to get into that classroom. Ugh, boy, it's hard because it's not just like even the class clowns, let alone the class clowns, but like the ones that are like, I guess like known for being bullying or want to be like physically rough and stuff like that. They're just like a bunch of kids that like just behavioral really issues because they want everybody to sit like silently and do their work, which that's like impossible. You gotta wait till they like mature. But yeah. But anyways, they like this group of kids and like, and I get constant, it's like constant emails, constant this, constant that, like, oh, your kid's not paying attention and you're blah, blah, blah in the class. I'm like, I'm telling you guys, I'm like, it's not a great class to be in if you're going to try to get extra work done. Like, it's just not going to happen. Like, you can't have all the little, you can't have all the butt heads together and think that they're going to be just little angels in that classroom. And you're like, you got to be kidding me. Now they're all going to be feeding off of each other of whatever freaking ridiculousness that they come up with. It's funny. It just, even the teachers crack me up, and they're like trying to be serious about it, and I'm like, you can't even say that to me and try to give me a serious face. Like, you're trying to give me a serious face over this. I'm like, this is like ridiculous. Like, you just saying it, like, oh my God, are you even listening to yourself now? It's funny. The whole thing is absolutely hilarious. But the worst part about having those classes is that it takes away all your like your middle school elective classes. So like you can't do band or any of the other things that they have there because he's constantly like stuck in doing these stupid classes. So you can't like really do anything fun. It's just like literally just all schoolwork. But he kind of somewhat created that for himself though. But I told him, I'm like, you need to pull your head out of the sand and literally start getting your work done, because if they still carry this over into high school, you might not be able to take any of the cool elective classes in high school. And it's funny how much of like a little class clown he is, but then when you put a camera to his face, he's so camera shy. It's funny. He has like stage fright, but he's a class clown. I'm just like, I'm like, I don't get it. I don't get it. How do you do that? Yeah, it takes away the electives. Yeah, you don't get any electives if he still keeps staying in those classes. I think that's probably why he's trying pretty hard, trying to do something good this year so he can at least have some electives to use in his high school years. Because I'm like, if he's still stuck in that stuff, they eat up all your electives. And in high school, you get a lot more better opportunities for things that you can do for electives. And they might get taken all away if he doesn't, change his way a little bit. Can you use to make supper? Absolutely. It does. Only fun stuff in junior high and high school, yeah, is to take your electives. And when they take it away, it just makes them not want to do school like at all. If it's just going to be them just doing nothing but schoolwork all the time. Like, you should be able to have like wood shop, metal class, auto body, trade classes. Right? You can go to drama school or drama class, art class. Photography class. I think they even have stuff that goes with computer engineering stuff, graphic design classes and whatnot. There's like a lot of cool like electives that you can take. Yeah, and like band, and he originally was in band, and he started liking the new band teacher, and they took him out because he still had to do all those extra help classes. And I'm like, dude, you need to start pulling your grades up. If you can't pull your grades up, they're gonna keep you in those forever until you graduate. And they're gonna sit there and they're gonna
keep gloating about it's all them doing all this stuff for you is the reason why you got where you're at and blah, blah, blah. But I'm like, if you don't make that change, you can't get out of those things. So it'd be nice if you do. So. Yeah, band drama shop. Like the art classes are awesome too. And especially the school he wants to go to is the school I went to when I was in high school. He's saying that he wants to go to that high school. I'm like, all right. See, he's zoned for the school like my wife went to that school, a high school. And he's zoned to go to that one. But he was telling me that he kind of wants to start fresh with a brand new school, brand new kids. And I was like, all right, because he doesn't really care for any of the ones that he's going to school with now. All right, well, we'll make the changeover, but I'm like, you need to start picking yourself up because they have great electives you can take there. They got great art school there. Like, I like art classes. Like, they got awesome art classes. I'm like, I enjoyed the hell out of those. And I was taking those classes because I was a class clown. And so that was punishing me by sending me on my lunches, breaks, and everything else. And I had to spend an extra additional hour after school, like in-house detention and stuff like that at school. And they were putting me in the art class. And so I was sitting there, I was like, I literally took a whole art class as detention and after school detention. All in the art class. I was sitting there, I was like, well, okay. It was relatively nice. I actually enjoyed them. So much so, I added a class so I can go to the art class. It was so good. Learn how to stretch canvases, everything. It was just like everything. Actually, the stretching canvas and stuff, that was at the middle school that he went to, but since they're planning on closing that school down, this is his last year at that school anyways, but it's the last year for that school, so that thing got stripped of everything, it seems like. Because I think they're going to knock that school down. It's an old school. I'm thinking so. I liked it. I was sitting there, I'm like, okay, let's get you into a different school. I don't mind. I can always just wait and see, when it does something. Oh, of course, my freaking music decides to stop. Yeah, but before you know it, my kid will be all done doing something. So I was telling him, I'm like, we need to start getting you into either competitive video game playing or something, because he doesn't really know what he wants to do. He was trying out the YouTube thing until he becomes like stage fright, camera shy. Maybe that'll come a little bit more with age. Little springy little Nighthaunts. Some of them are springier than others. We'll paint some of these guys and they'll just be like doing, 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 doing. Bouncing all over. All the little ghosts getting colors. Probably one of the easiest armies you could probably paint up is the Nighthaunts. I want to say these are probably the easiest out of all of them.
I don't know, probably 30, 40 of them that we have to paint. Probably another 30 or so that we need to kind of like, I don't know, maybe upgrade a little bit more. I mean, they don't look terrible, but we can probably do a little bit more on them. Not really much with the detail parts, but like, you know, like the metals and what have you, the silvers and those. We can probably just kind of go through the whole army. Like, let's do all the ones first that need to be painted all up. That's just this little bundle I have here. So I'm thinking there's probably 30 of them in there. We're already doing 10. Maybe there's 40. I don't know. But we're already working on a group of 10 already. And they'll go by faster than you think. Like, we'll be like, wow, this is like done quick. And then maybe go through some of the other miniatures just to kind of update them a little bit more than the 8-year gap that I painted them previously. And I just gotta shake base them. So that was like one thing that I never did years ago, was actually basing the miniatures. So that's the reason why I got all that cool stuff from Kraut Cover. So you can just kind of base them all up, and these will look pretty neat. And actually have an Age of Sigmar army ready to roll too. It's gonna be freaking awesome. And then let's see how much of a drive I have after surgery being done. Yeah, for some reason I highly doubt that. Like, it's really weird here, like my wife, when she had breast cancer in that surgery, you know, they gave her like just a small form, like maybe a week worth of, and these are like those really extensive painkillers. Those are those like Oxycontins, not the oxycodines, like the not Vicodin. She was getting like extra Oxycontins for pain.
But she only got like 5 days worth of that. And then everything else had to be done with just Tylenol and ibuprofen. So, and that's like a serious surgery. So mine's not that serious. I wouldn't be surprised they told me just to take Tylenol and ibuprofen. Yeah, I only gave my wife 5 days of painkillers. Because you're supposed to take those like one every 12 hours. So she only got like 10 of those things. I take ibuprofen like they're candy. Like, shoot, I'm to the point now, I'm just taking ibuprofen, just going to bed because my back hurts so bad. Like, I take lots of ibuprofen. So... Because Tylenol don't really freaking get rid of a lot of the muscle ache and pains. Ibuprofen does. Like Tylenol helps a little bit, but goodness. Probably explains all my stomach problems, huh? Then ibuprofen the whole time. Yeah, it's crazy now. I'm sitting there, I'm like, you guys are absolutely crazy. I'm like, wow, that's really bad. It's not, well, I guess I don't take like ibuprofen constantly, but I do take it more frequently than I do Tylenol. And maybe it's just like quicker acting, maybe. I know some other people that can't take freaking ibuprofen or like, Advil. The pain med scam? Yeah, it's a little crazy now. But like, it seemed like it would be justifiable if you're actually going in for surgery. It's just like, it's kind of weird when they act like that. Because even with Sarah, like my wife, I'm like, she literally went in for, breast cancer and the surgery and everything. And they're just like, we're only giving you 5 days of this. And then afterwards, you're taking Tylenol and ibuprofen from now on. And I'm like, well, that was a hell of a freaking surgery that he did on her. But I'm like, even if that would be nice, if they gave me just 5 days worth, I'd be like, okay.
Because when it comes to like, it's weird because I was a drug addict for so many years, but now taking anything now, I'm like super sensitive. So I don't know exactly, like, maybe the abuse made things more sensitive now being sober for so many years. But like, you know, like taking these things now is just like, I can only take like half of halves of things. Like Advil or ibuprofen and Tylenol. Like I could take like a whole ibuprofen or a whole Tylenol. But when you get into like Vicodins and stuff, I can only take half of those things. Because I take a whole one, I start feeling like nauseous. So I'll only be able to take like half. So even if they gave me like 5 days worth, I'm like, that is literally like 10 days for me because I can only take half of those things. But huge bottles always, yeah. And I think like what you were talking to me, Rosie, about that time because of maybe it's the stages and everything like that. I believe you. I believe you. Well, my stomach's a wreck from everything, anyways. And that's probably a thing that I need to start thinking about, not taking so many of. Break it up between the two. But yeah, so yeah, that's another worrisome thing that when I'm doing this freaking surgery. I know they're like super simple and they do them all the time. I'm just like, oh, I bet like recovery's gonna suck so bad. But like the weird one is that when you're going into surgery, it seems like they would be able to supply you with more than just going in to like a general doctor saying that you're in a bunch of pain and need pain meds. Seems like after you're actually going through a surgery that's well-deserved pain meds. I don't know, they think like they give you pain meds, you're gonna be a crackhead or something. Yeah, well, it actually all started when they passed OxyContins as an over-the-counter prescription. And there's like I think it was on Netflix or something where they had it. It had Matthew Broderick playing the company that makes OxyContins for the pharmaceuticals. And if you actually like follow into that, it seems like that was what caused that, because then they call it an opioid pandemic or whatever we had. But it was literally just a scam that the pharmaceuticals were passing for OxyContins being passed as regular everyday painkillers like Tylenol and ibuprofen. And when that turned into a big cluster mess, then that's when like all these things been cutting back because people are starting to sue doctors and everything else. And so now like no one's giving anybody of anything. But it's getting kind of weird now because they're even like some things, like even if you're going like my son, like he's constant with like ear infections. And they're nasty. Like they get so bad that he has to have antibiotics just to get over them because they're so bad. But they're like trying to tell me like he needs to just toughen it out, and I'm like, they don't even want to give like antibiotics. It's weird. It's just like I have like a weird time right now. And I think that's probably what caused that whole dealio is when they start turning into that, you know, opioid crisis is something that the government started in the first place by passing that. When they FDA changed the FDA approval on Oxycontins as being an everyday painkiller, caused like this serious issue. People were overdosing on those things. They were making, like, even to the point where like the pharmaceuticals were calling, like the pharmaceutical companies were calling like Oxycontin 100 milligrams. They were coffin takers. Like those things can literally just kill you. Like, and they were just having those getting passed around like it's everyday like Tylenol or something. I'm just like, oh my God. And so, yeah, they made a big, huge mess here. And then when you have the Fed step in here, there isn't any like restrictions. They just straight out they just take it away entirely. That's how it works here. They just take them in its entirety. And then you have to have like certain cases, like, you know, cancer patients and stuff like that can get them now. They went back to the original thing, but for a long time, but now they're just like taking everything away. Doctors are scared to give meds away because they think that they're going to be under fire afterwards. But, you know. Like, it's so bad. It had to get so bad because now even like Mexico, need prescriptions to get medications now. Before you didn't have to. You can actually just go down there and just get them. And then now they're asking for like prescriptions now. It's like strange because I guess people would just go down to Mexico picking up all their meds. Because you can just get pretty much almost anything you want over counter. And then now they're asking for prescriptions now. And shoot, let alone like insurance and pharmaceuticals. Like before my wife went into the tribal clinic to have the tribe help out with all her meds for psychotics. I gotta tell you guys, like I was literally ordering her meds for years. I was ordering them out of pocket from Canada to get shipped to me. Because just like a 2-week supply of something that she needs to take every day is like, it was like $1,600 for, no, it was $2,000 for a 30-day supply of meds that she needed to take every day. And that was just here. And I was literally ordering them from pharmacies over in Canada for $120 for a 3-month supply of them. Yeah. So then I had the doctors give me prescriptions, and I was taking those prescriptions and I was emailing them over to the pharmacies over in Canada, and then they were doing that, and then I was just paying them straight out because like insurance ain't covering anything. I just pay them straight out of pocket, so I was paying 120. I think it was maybe 120 for a 30-day supply. So then I would just buy like 360 for like a 3-month supply because it'll do 90 days. So I'd have the doctor set me up for prescriptions for the wife, and then I would take pictures, send it to the Canada pharmacies, have them fill it, then I would pay them directly, and then they would ship them to me. But yeah, for meds for the wife, for what she needed, it was like $2,000 for a 30-day supply. It was crazy. Like I said, going back in time, dude, there were some serious hardships. That had to be 13, 14 years ago now. When I was doing that for years. I was ordering pharmaceuticals from the pharmacies in Canada for meds, and having them shipped here. And it was saving me a fortune because it was so expensive. And then we got her tied up with the natives since she's native. So now her meds are taken care of. So I was sitting there, I was like, okay, don't have to do any more of these Canadian orders. Yeah, kids can go deaf from ear infections. I tell you. I can go on and on and on about freaking things that happen here. Uh-oh. What did I do? I feel like I screwed something up here. I think I did. I think it needs to come down here. Alright, so I'll fix this issue. I'll wait for that to dry. I need to paint this white right here. And then put this blue stuff here. So I screwed that one up. Wasn't paying attention.
So many stuff. So many dudes. So many dudes. Now I need the dark umber. At first I didn't need the dark umber. Now I need the dark umber now. Brand spanking new bottle. These are gonna be all our sticks. They're little silly sticks. Yeah, and then off stream, gonna be working on Lich Guard, which is gonna be cool. And we're hammering out these guys to get 2,000 points. Well, more so than 2,000 points. This would be like all the Nighthaunts that I have. There's just one thing I need to prime, and that'll be the Black Coach. The Black Coach would be a really cool piece to paint. But before we even get into the Black Coach, I probably have to start working on like my other horse, ghost horse peoples. Just gonna show you an example. Ooh. Trying to make a mess. So like this one. So, and I think that all the Black Coach ones, we're gonna make the horses look like those two. But like these things need a little bit of work too. We need to work on them a little bit. So. Christmas mini, yeah, I got that. We're gonna start that. What, Tuesday? Because that'll be the start of December. I have them. Where did I put them? So I feel like I don't really need to build a base or anything for him because he's kind of cool looking. So I think we just got to finish up the Gobo. So this will be for the end of the month giveaway for December. Yeah, he's a cool looking little dude. And then the base looks so, I almost dropped this thing. The base looks so good, I don't think I really need to put it on any other kind of base. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, I'll just paint him up, we'll make him look really good. And that one will get primed because I'll be planning on doing stuff after I'm done with the stream today. I need to do my varnish coats on all the knights, all the miniatures that will go for the Knight Army. Get that all put away. I'll put them in the big bin. And then, yeah, and just I'll prime the mini for December, and I'll prime the Black Coach for the Nighthaunts. So we'll just spend some time on this mini. I don't think it'd take me too long to get them done. But then when he's done, he'll be ready to go for the end of the month, December. And then all the rest of the miniatures, start working those. It'll just depend because on the second week, I might be out for, I want to say probably a week because I go on surgery on the 9th. So I'm assuming I'd probably be off that whole week. Depends on how I feel. If I feel good, we might do a Friday or a Sunday, but I'll just have to wait and see how well I do for my recovery. If it's terrible, it'll be like a week or more, and then if it's not too bad, I'll get on stream and we'll paint. It might not be full streams, but you know, I'll do what I can, you know. Oh, you need some squigs in the background? We could probably put them on a backdrop and then we can paint the backdrop. Yeah, so we got a solid week. So we got Tuesday, Friday, and Sunday working on this mini. And then I got the Tuesday of the 9th is when I'm going in for surgery. So we'll see how that goes. And I really hope it goes well. I literally haven't been under a knife since I was a kid. Getting my tonsils taken out when I was like 6. And I can barely remember what that was even about. I remember being in a lot of pain when I was a kid when I got those tonsils taken out. I can remember my son's tonsils getting taken out way more than I can remember my own. And that poor boy. And it was funny too, because it was the day his surgery happened. Right when lockdowns happened. It was that day. But we were already scheduled for surgery for that day, so we came in, and you want to talk about the most quiet, weird, wearing mask, not wearing mask, whatever the hell it was a cluster mess in that hospital. But that was it was the day that everybody wasn't allowed to leave their home. It was the strangest thing. I was on the freeway, there's nobody out, going in there. Actually, no, it was the day before. The next day was the full lockdown. They were announcing it that day that he was going in for surgery. It was crazy. Red, white, and green squigs. It'd be more like squigs and then putting Christmas lights around them. But we could do a backdrop. I could 3D print a backdrop. Because I have some that have backdrops, so I'll do that. I'll just do a single miniature backdrop and then we can just paint the backdrop. I think that'll work really good. That is a good idea. I'll make sure I'll try to get that thing printed. I'll start it today. Well, maybe I'll start it today. Well, maybe not a good idea. Maybe I'll start it tomorrow after I get back from work. Well, that'll be a long day anyways. Maybe I should start it today. Get that thing 3D printed.
I need to start getting some weights to glue on the bottom of these bases. The one thing about these miniatures, they love just falling over. Domimon? What's up? How's it going? Does it need to be all set up for when you heal? Yeah. Have all the stuff done and on your couch all set up with your paint and healing pillows and meds and food? Yeah. So, well, technically I'm going to have to move the bed in here. So then the bed will be sitting off to the side here because the wife freaking snores so bad. Can't fix that problem. She never used to snore. She started snoring when we had our son. And it just never went away. Seems like when you get the snoring deal, you're always a snorer. So I gotta set up the room in here. So set up the bed up in here. Gonna be tight. I don't need a backdrop? We'll just paint them just as is. It wouldn't be bad to put a backdrop on them. I just have to 3D print the base that has the backdrop to it. And that's about it. And that's just like painting 2D characters on the backdrop. That's not terrible. I don't think it would be a hassle. It was just a good idea. I don't mind running off the idea of that. I think that'd be kind of cool, having little squigs flying in the background. I think that'd be kind of cool. Squig deers. A sled fueled by DACA. Yeah, I gotta package up the other two miniatures so I can get those things shipped out. Space Nifty and Dagoon. Get those things done. That'd be great. I'll have those things shipped out tomorrow. I gotta package them up. Quite a bit of stuff to do after the stream today. I want to try to finish varnishing all the knights and everything, all the miniatures and everything like that. One more with the brown. And the next one will be silver and then bronze, and then we work on the second coats and stuff. I think probably after that, all the block fills are all in. We'll just work on each individual one until it's completed. Do like assembly line to a certain extent, and then just start completing them. I'll make sure I get all the white covered up. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with a backdrop either. I just got to go and get that. I just need to print it out real quick. Good old 3D printer, and just I'll put it in there and have it printing today. So I'm varnishing all these other ones and get these all put away. Well, it's not a big deal. I think it's a great idea. Okay.
Now let's see what happens if I take this, spin it around a little bit. Because I already got the bright pale green. And I already got like the bright ivory. I just need to kind of fix the hands a little bit. So let's see if I take that, let's do a glaze wash and see if I can make this work right. Of course, I put too much of it. I felt, oh, you know what? Do I have it? Used to have it. I know what color it was. It just dawned on me. It was oxide that I used. All right. That's what I used. I didn't know exactly, I couldn't remember what the hell I used for their glowy skin. And much love, I gotta go. It's fun watching you while I painted my Primarch Manus as well. Nice. I appreciate you coming and hanging out. Thank you. You have a good one. Hopefully catch you again. I think I used this one for the glowy skin. This is another technical. There's nil lac oxide. I think this is what I used. Let's see. Yep, this is what I used. Perfect. I was sitting there, I'm like, I don't remember what color made me have this really bright green. And I'm like, oh, I used 2 technicals on this. Yeah. Because it's like, that's how I painted the other one and I just couldn't remember because it was like years ago. And I'm like, what color did I use to get that green? And it was this one. It was this one. This one makes much more sense. Much more sense. Hard part is just reaching. Ghostly ghouls. Man, it's been years since I used GW paints. Yeah, the backdrop would be pretty cool too. I'm just putting a little 2D art on there. That'd be really neat. I think that's a great idea. Would have been better if it was. Scooby-Doo, where are you? Scooby. Oh, these Scooby ghosts. Scoobies. You probably want to put a little white on that. You might need a little bit of white on this. Blue.
Perfect. Perfect. Good. All these things that fall over all the time. Furniture and the sheets and anything but the miniature? Yeah, maybe. That was possible. I'm a little worried. Like I said, I haven't been under since I was a boy, so that is a little worrisome there. Even though that's supposed to be a simple surgery, it's still so worrisome. Just hearing the muffling sound of my son, it's funny. I'm down, I'm down, still waiting, I'm down. That's all I hear. That's probably why you hear me like laughing and giggling here and there, because I'm hearing what is goof troop through the walls. I have to tell him to cool his jets. It's like losing his bananas over there. I know you guys probably can't hear it, but Okay. Perfect. Yeah, I forgot I had this stuff. Another technical. So if you use those two technicals, it pretty much covers up your Nighthaunts. This is like a huge bottle. This is like, what is this, like a 24 milliliter bottle of this stuff? You need like one of those for this. GW was like, what were we thinking doing 24 milliliter bottles? We were already soaking them good for 13 or 12 milliliters. That's why I don't think they have 24 milliliter bottles anymore. I think that's a thing of a past. Everything's at 18s. Alright, they couldn't possibly give you 12 milliliters more, but they can give you 5, charge you arm and a leg for that. Alright, next is we're going to go in the silver since I have the silver already available. What I did on the other one was I painted all these stuff. All these stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. Ghosts with chainmail. Oh, say that you love me again. That's what the face is on here. So like, oh, kill me. Kill me. Use it once. It's less than half full. Nobody warned me that non-oils always gets knocked over. It's like a contractual obligation or something. A contractual obligation. That's so funny. It's true. It seems like that's what everybody does. Everybody talks about wearing non oil all the time. I don't normally use non oil. All the non oil that I do have is all been sold off. Like I sell all my GW paint. Because I just don't use it. And actually those paint bottles have been sitting there for some time now. Probably got to start bundling up and seeing if I can get them sold as bundles. Do bundle deals and get rid of them. Let's see. It's like 24 milliliters, only used once, half gone. Knocked it over, spilled half of it. That sounds like par for the course right there. Valkyrie, what's up? Hello, how's it going? I said something right when I was just looking at the screen. It was perfect timing. Perfect timing. But yeah, it is really nice getting all these dudes done too. It makes me excited. Now that the Imperial Knight stuff is all done, now we're doing this one. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna finally have like an Age of Sigmar model done, or Age of Sigmar model army done. My gosh, cat caught my tongue on that one. It's gonna be awesome. Trying to decide on my next project, mostly procrastinating now. Yeah, that's part of the hobby. Talking about the things you want to do, but not really doing them. I get you, 100%. I do that often. Nolan oil is great with a little coffee. It spills all the time, man. My silly little ghosts. Yeah, because we're gonna have this dude for starting Tuesday. So December, we're gonna work on this little gobo, the gobo surprise.
gonna be fun. I got plenty of those little Christmas models. I just need to make sure we still keep doing them.
It's like, were you talking about me? Just the pose on this thing is hilarious. It's like, what were you saying?
Black Templar army, nice. Love Black Templars. I just picked up the Crew Terminatus box, which I really wanted to work on, but I don't want to start working on it. That's understandable. That's a lot of termies. That'd be a great box. That's an excellent box. Flail paints, most were never used. Even if I got $1 a bottle, that would be like almost 50 bucks. Yeah, exactly, right? Well, I always stop my son from saying that he doesn't have nothing to do anymore. Like, he always says, like, I don't have anything to do. I'm like, I can get you things to do. You can start by building miniatures. After a few times of him saying that and learning his lesson, he never says that he has nothing to do. He never says it to me anymore. He's like, I'll do anything but that. And he's really good at it too. But I think it's just the overwhelmingly amount of freaking stupid crap I have. And Eldar kind of somewhat sucked to put together. I just put some Howling Banshees together. And I was building the last couple days because I got the Combat Patrol magazines that come in, so I'm trying to like make some room by building them and having them kind of ready to go. And I'm just like, man, these things suck. And I was putting together Chaos stuff, which I put tons of them together. And then One of my magazines was I was missing a magazine. Literally got a package and it just didn't have one of the magazines. I sent a message to Shed Part Works, and they sent me another one. So it came in the mail yesterday. I was like, oh wow, that was quick. I'm like, hey, I'm missing this magazine. It came with all the others, but this one. And then it was like, and it was good because it was like, it was the Hellbrute. I was missing one of the things for Hellbrute. If it was one of the other ones, I probably wouldn't care. Right, but missing a magazine for the Legionnaires is just like, ugh, I already got so many of them anyways. Yeah, they are very shallow details on those Eldar. Yeah, I was putting them together and I was like, man, these things freaking kind of suck. They're not that fun. They're not that fun. All these chains. the chains. Oh, hey. You knock one, they all fall over. It's like dominoes with these dudes. I'm gonna have to get some like small weights. I don't want to put like change on them, but get like some small weights. Normally get like double stick like lead weights. They come in like little squares, so just be done. I did used to put like pennies and stuff, but I'm like, when you got like 100 of them, like $1 worth of pennies. But then maybe not a bad deal because it's only $1 for 100 pennies, so maybe not that bad gig, huh? Glue a penny on the bottom of that one.
Are you not entertained?
I don't think I have any more than 100.
Is this not why you were here?
Russell Korn yelling at me to tell me to stop. Had a pretty good session today. Getting these Nighthaunts up and going. It's kind of exciting actually doing Age of Sigmar models. I love them. I think they're like the best of designs is the Age of Sigmar. So let's go a little recap of what we've done. All the knights are all done. We finished the assassin that goes with one. We got the little baby Rex. These are the ones that are gonna get varnished after I'm done streaming today. We're gonna varnish these guys. Little baby Rex that goes with the Canis Rex. And then today, we finished the Inquisitor. He's all nice and dry and ready for a varnish coat. So the Inquisitor's all good to go. So we finished this one on this stream today. Crack a window, enjoy the coolness. Yeah, it's always hot where you're at. Yeah, this one's really fun. I enjoyed this one immensely, so. Yeah, this one was really cool. A lot of fun to do. And then that one actually completes the in between the stuff that needs 2,000 points of Imperial Knights. So we just finished up. So we got the. Now I did 6 already, and I had to do 2 more armigers to get up to 8 of them. So 2 knights, 2 knights and 8 armigers, and that Inquisitor gives me 2,000 points. Okay, and then that assassin with 3 knights. And then there's the other big knights. So you got the big dudes. Yeah, the OSL and everything came out good on that Inquisitor. I really liked it. So then we got this knight. And he's ready to go. I'm excited. Got a little bit of Ashtrath on the top there. And so 3 of these things with 5 armigers, and the assassin does another different kind of 2,000 points. So I have some variations there that I can change. So it's really nice. We got that done, and then we were working on these Nighthaunts. I got, I don't know, about 40 miniatures of them that we got to do. And then that'll be 2,000 plus points of Nighthaunts that I can kind of vary in around a little bit. It's probably like 2,500 or so. And points, so I have some like here and there. Can like take away, add more. Needs more bling on the pauldrons on the knights.
I mean, maybe we could. Like, yep. Oh, we need to do more on the pauldrons. These are too plain for you guys. Alrighty, guys. So yeah, that's a wrap. Let's go ahead and close things up. Make sure thanking everybody for all your guys' support. I do appreciate you so much for the subs, resubs, following. Malkiri, thank you. I appreciate that follow as well. Thank you so much. And everybody else that followed on the stream. And then over on YouTube, I do dual stream from here and YouTube at the same time. So over there on YouTube, just make sure you give me a like and a follow over there. We're doing that Destiny grind. That side quest is 500. Main quest is 1,000 follows over on YouTube, or subscriptions over on YouTube. Trying to work my way up there on the YouTube world as well as here over on Twitch. So I do appreciate the support when you guys give it, so thank you. Shout out to sponsors above. It's all blinged out with awesome freehand. He looks kind of unfinished. I guess we could try to put something else on the pauldrons. Just like, he's just Death Company though, so there's not really a whole lot of like stuff to put on them. But we definitely can. I'll probably think of something that we can do. Maybe on both pauldrons we just put stacks of like dead bodies or some kind. And then, yeah, so shout out to the sponsors above. You can use those commands in chat. You can go over to my Discord, !Discord, and come hang out with us over there. All my sponsor affiliate links are there as well, including my eBay, !eBay, and pretty much everything that I paint on the stream I normally throw over on my eBay store. I've been working on Necrons off camera to go through that. Yeah, so I've been working on Necrons. I put a bunch of Necron warriors on there. I'm going to put Lich Guard on there next. Flayed ones and all that kind of stuff. So I'm working on those. Yeah, Discord, eBay, YouTube. I do appreciate everybody over there on YouTube. So thank you guys for the likes and follows over there. And then also my socials, !Socials. You can follow me over on the Instagram. I probably should show you guys. I always keep forgetting about this. Let's do this real quick. Let's see here. Okay, so this is what we're going to be doing for next year. The mental health charity painters. I'm going to be painting this big bad boy right here. This big bad gal here. This is Scotty, however you want to say it, the goddess of winter. Skady, with the 3 wolves and everything going on here. This is going to be the one I'm going to be painting. This thing's supposed to be just a big old sucker too. But yeah, this is going to be for the 2026 for the paint job for this, for the raffle for the mental health charity painters. So it's going to be this model. It's a lot with 3 wolves, big throne, huge base, everything icy. It's going to be a good challenge, but challenge nonetheless. But just to let you guys know, that's what I'm going to be working on. Starting in 2026. We might start that at the end of January, February-ish. And then I have to get that thing ready for August. Okay. So that's pretty much everything that I got for spiels. Let me go and refresh myself, see who is out and about. Because you never know. I guess we can go over to Painty Paint Paints, unless he's planning on bouncing out. But normally he does night streams. Painty underscore paint underscore paints. Alright, let's go and fire that up over here and get the raid going. Go see Painty Paint Paints and see what he is up to. Other than that, guys, thank you so much. I do appreciate you guys coming hanging out with me on this weekend, on this Sunday. You guys enjoy the rest of your Sunday or your weekend, and I will catch you guys Tuesday. We'll be working on this little Gobo surprise on Tuesday, so it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to be priming that after we're done with the stream today. So other than that, thank you guys so much. You have a wonderful evening, and I'll catch you guys on Tuesday. Till then, take care.
Oh, thank you, Wicked_Minis coming in with the awesome people.
I knew it was about that time you showed up. Wicked, how are you?